We will now have Shri Ashish Pednekar sir to felicitate Mr. Shantanu Bhatkamkar. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. I would now request our guest of honor, Shri Arun Sharma, Executive Chairman, Indian Register of Shipping, to address our audience with few words. Thank you.
Commodore Khatri, Chairman, Hindustan Shipyard Limited. Mr. Shantanu Bhatkamkar, Chairman of Technical Advisory Board, Shipbuild India. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today morning, inaugurating a seminar after a long time when the pandemic just seems to be hopefully petering out. And I hope it continues and we can see some more physical events as we go into the future. I'm really thankful to the organizers, Ocean Trade Media, for the invitation, and I extend my best wishes for a very successful event to all the organizers. Thank you once again. The theme is apt, propelling maritime industry, and of course the Shipbuilding India Expo Summit 2022. If we look at the history of shipbuilding and the connected ship repair industry, which forms a fairly large part of the shipbuilding and shipyards, which probably also sustains it during the lean period of shipbuilding, it will be nice to capture certain things from the past. Of course, I will not take the liberty of... Okay. To capture... It's too loud, I think. To capture the history of shipbuilding, I promise not to go back to the ancient times of civilization of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, or the Lothal dry docks. That would probably take us the entire 3 days. But I would definitely like to go back in time, which I call the contemporary period, which most of us have seen with respect to shipping, shipbuilding and ship repair. The other day I was at Hindustan Shipyard, thanks to Commodore Khatri, and I just saw that Scindia Shipyard built and delivered its first ship, the Jal Usha, in 1948. And I believe both the quality and the delivery times were very acceptable for the period in which she was built. Of course, 48 was a bit too early for even somebody like me. But I recall the 70s and the 80s when in the Shipping Corporation of India, the Hindustan shipyard delivered ships like the Vishwa Bhakti, Vishwa Prem, Vishwa Seva, state of West Bengal, state of Madhya Pradesh, and I can go on and on and on. There would be no end to it. And believe me, they were beautiful ships, not only with extremely efficient body lines, extremely fuel efficient for those days, very easy to operate, very easy to maintain, and they were really sought after by the likes of us who needed to sail on them. So what I'm trying to capture here is that in the 70s and the 80s, India had a great shipbuilding tradition. And those ships competed with any ship built worldwide, be it in West Germany. Korea had still not started, China had still not started, and we were miles ahead in shipbuilding in the 70s and the 80s. When we talk of ship repair, which is a very connected industry with shipbuilding, I recall, again, late 70s and the 80s, you had ship repair in India was not only I would say, a business to survive. I think it was a very thriving business. And I can name shipyards which did some very good ship repairs, likes of Mazagon Docks in Bombay, the Scindia workshop in Bombay, Patel Engineering, Orient Engineering, Evans Electric, and again I could go on and on. In Calcutta you had the Garden Reach workshops, you had the river steam navigation, you had many more including the Kidarpur docks, the King George's docks, and again the list is endless. For those times, one could easily do voyage repairs, dry docking repairs in India, and one need not have to look at Dubai or Colombo or Singapore for that matter. We finished everything here in a very, very satisfactory time frame as well as extremely cost competitive. Now between the 80s and the 2000, what really went wrong? I think for the likes of me, I'm not able to understand that where did we go wrong. I will give you an example. Somewhere late 90s, early 2000, I said, why can't we do a voyage repair on a ship in India? And I told my people, let's try with one. And we selected a mid-sized tanker for voyage repairs. The ship was in Bombay. You had good overseeing team. You had good facilities for repairs. And so we said, go ahead. And we allotted about 7 days to finish those repairs. The first job was, I think Captain Basi will understand, you had to de-slop to get the tanker gas-free. And when we de-slopped, next morning I was told, the ship has been seized by the customs department because you are transferring oily water with an oil content from a foreign going vessel to a coastal barge, and hence we'll have to calculate the amount of duty payable on the amount of oil being transferred. It took us 7 days to convince the customs that this is not something saleable, but we were unsuccessful. After 7 days of convincing the customs, we sailed the vessel out to Dubai and did our voyage repairs there. So I think the government policies, I do not know, they have changed, so I probably will not go at it. But those were the problems which were faced by the ship owners, and that is how the preference became even to do voyage repairs in Dubai, in Colombo, and in Singapore. And suddenly you found the 2 dry docks in Bombay have seen the end of the day. Calcutta seems to be struggling because of the low draft. And I think that is something we need to look into, that an industry, both as shipbuilding and ship repair, which was flourishing almost 40 years ago, why it is finding it a struggle to exist today. I wish some of the government authorities were here to make a note of it. Otherwise, we'll have to probably put it as a note from the minutes of this particular seminar and take it to them. Now, you see, we just need to realize that a ship owner is looking for a comfort level from all sides, be it from the government, be it from the repair facilities, be it from the contractors to do a job here and build ships here. Now, one thing needs to be noted, that shipbuilding in India, if you look at the shipbuilding capacity, today if you look at the macro picture, in India the Indian ships carry only 10% of the Indian cargo. So there is a huge vacant space available to bring in more ships to carry that 90%. At the same time, there is a huge space available to build ships in India. So I think one needs to realize and see that how that opportunity can be really captured, In fact, if you see, 90% of shipbuilding is done between Korea, Japan and China, and India's share of shipbuilding is a minuscule less than 0.5%. So let us rededicate ourselves to capture the space which is easily available and try and take our shipbuilding and ship repair facilities even from today onwards and do something which should be actually taking India to the Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. In the words of someone, shipbuilding is our maritime sector's missed opportunity. The 2022 annual report released by the Government of India has a surprising admission. While the importance of roads and railways in the economy is undeniable, there is a great need to encourage the maritime sector to enable it to achieve its full potential. Having said this, the uncharacteristic mea culpa is justified by the fact that this voluminous report, which covers 125 pages, talks about shipbuilding industry in India only in 3 pages. So you can just imagine the kind of importance even a government report gives to shipbuilding even today. And this report is as old as 2020. So we are not talking of too far. I think it needs to be emphasized that a strong shipbuilding industry, a large merchant navy, efficient ports, an ocean-going fishing fleet, and the ability to exploit seabed resources are critical to the nation's sea power. Okay. A thriving shipbuilding industry, apart from boosting the nation's ocean-based blue economy, would have skilled the youth and created job opportunities for thousands through a complex of ancillaries. Now let us not forget the importance of ancillaries. Shipyard is basically a nucleus, and around the shipyard you have a complex system of ancillaries, be it crankshaft grinders, boiler tube repairs, what have you, like piston reconditioners. And one of the finest examples of the growth of ancillaries is Dubai. You have a shipyard, whether it is Dubai Dry Docks or any other one, Arab heavy industries, you will find that for ancillary repairs, one just needs to drive about 5 kilometers to the Al Jadaf port and see the kind of ancillaries which are available there, like your, whether it is Goltons or it is the boiler makers or it is the piston reconditioners, everything under one roof. And that is exactly what the ship owner looks for. I have done repairs in Dubai, and it can be really a very, very pleasant experience because you don't have to run around. Now, I'll give you one more example, which I think some of you may not be familiar with. In one stage, I had a ship which had suffered a grounding damage in New Orleans in the Mississippi River. And that was to be repaired, and it had a lot of other engine problems. So I thought that was going to be a huge job to handle a ship in USA with multiple kind of repairs. And when I went there, the two shipyards, the Avondale and the Todd, they said that this job about the hull can be finished in just about not more than 20 days. I said, what about the other things which you got? We got problems with the power generation, main engine, everything. They said, no issues. We finished the main job in just about 15 days. And then last minute there was a problem with the power generation plant. And the original maker said that this could take you a long time because this is not a simple problem. In lunchtime, the ship manager suggests to me, hire a generator till the time you sort out the repair problem, and the ship could even sail as early as tomorrow. So we went to one of the rental companies, and they had generators from 100 kilowatts to 2000 kilowatts, coupled with the switchboards. And they said, you choose any, just sign a few papers, pay the rental for 3 months, and we will get the generator taken on board, fitted on board, approved by class, and you can sail out. So you see, they have thought of contingencies, which as an owner we never thought of. And they solved the problem for us before we actually realized the problem could be solved. I think that is where India needs to get at today, in today's times, and that will bring the owners and those seeking refuge to India for a better repair. Shipbuilding, I think we need to really look at how do we boost shipbuilding. And I think that is probably a lot more challenging issue. Because if you see today's shipyards, the government shipyards, I think, still continue to do well because of the government support. It is the private shipyards, I think, that need to be helped. In fact, unfortunately, 3 of our big private shipyards went down recently, mainly because of mismanagement. I think while the private sector shipyards have to be backed up, government support with long-term vision should be forthcoming in terms of well thought out schemes of subsidies, tax benefits, shipbuilding fund that could make the industry competitive and probably more foreign orders. A need to build a strong and a cohesive maritime constituency between owners, builders, classification societies to take the proposal to the government in a coordinated manner and speak in one voice. I think whenever we take problems to the government, we seem to be fragmented. Owners, shipyards, classification societies, government will not listen to you unless you go in one voice on a coordinated platform. I think that is the call of the day. I would request that these points, if found to be of any value, should be debated, discussed in the next 1, 2, 3 days. And if some kind of a draft proposal could be submitted, we promise to take it to the government for any necessary action there. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Arun Sharma, Executive Chairman, Indian Register of Shipping, for your address. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Pednekar, Chairman, Trust Board, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, also Vice Chairman, Foundation Day, US-India Importers Council. He's also the Chairman of Federation of Custom Brokers Association in India, member of the Konkan Railway Consultative Committee, former trustee of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together in welcoming Mr. Ashish Pednekar.
Thank you, Lian. Chief guest of this wonderful exhibition opening ceremony. Commodore Hemant Khatri ji, Chairman Managing Director, Hindustan Shipyard Limited. We just heard Mr. Arun Sharma, Executive Chairman, Indian Register of Shipping. We have with us my dear friend and my colleague. In many organizations, we have switched the positions. Shantanu Badkamkar. Shantanu, many may not know, but Shantanu is a thinker, and he always stands with the people who really want to grow in their life, and he supports without selflessly. So I would request everybody to give Shantanu and all the colleagues a... I can see the leaders, industry leaders sitting here. I can see my dear friend, Captain Basin here, Mr. Sunil Vaswani, Mr. Karunakar Shetty, officers from the Coast Guard, my cousin and Mr. Captain Kedar. I have, after hearing this, as Shantanu has said rightly, I'm a last-minute visitor, and I'm thankful that Ali and my colleague Shantanu gave me this opportunity to come and interact with you all. Well, Ali Patankar comes from Sindhudurg, Rajapur. I also come from Sindhudurg. And Sindhudurg has a great history of naval history, and you know the great king, the Maratha Gate King, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. He started his vision, he started building his naval. This to always say, "Jaisa samudra, jaisa armar, त्याचा samudra. Jaisa armar, त्याचा samudra." So he used to always say. And I think I'm very happy that Ali is doing a great job. And I was told this is a homegrown, this is Atmanirbhar. He's trying to take the vision of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji ahead. So Ali has done a fantastic job, and he needs a big round of applause along with his colleague Pallavi. Friends, I'll be in brief because I'm sure Commodore will have many things to say, because he's representing Hindustan Shipyard and with his vast experience of the Coast Guard and all. Friends, I represent Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, and many may not know Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce. The founder chairman was late Lalchand Hirachand, and many first is in his account, many first. He had the first steamship company. He has the first aeronautic Hindustan Shipyard. He had many other things. Like, he was the visionary leader prior to independence. He had all this vision. He made sure, and he had come from the humble background from a place called Solapur, and he rise to a stature of being one of the person who shaped our country. Many may not be knowing it, but I take this opportunity to share this information. Friends, these sort of exhibition really help us to meet at one point, exhibit our technology, the manufacturing thing. And as we know that I don't want to name the country which is neighboring, whose people are looking at our country to do lot of export from our country. I'm sure these stallholders over here will have many things to take when they go back, and I'm sure they will have many more orders, business. I don't want to talk much about it, but I would like to say, ये तो शुरुआत है, Ali. I think next time we'll have double this hall, and I wish the company all the very best from all of us. And I'm sure next time when we meet, We'll have many more dignitaries because first time is always a challenge, but second times people sail. And we have people like Captain Basin, Sunil, and everybody there to support him. I'm sure it is going to be a great success. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashish Pednekar, for addressing dignitaries here at the Expo. I would now like to invite Commodore Hemant Khatri, Indian Navy retired, Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Shipyard Limited, kindly address us with your presence, sir. Few words. Thank you.
Jai Ma Saraswati. Very good morning to all of you once again. I'm actually very delighted, honored and privileged to be here amongst you this morning. And I thank the CTEC first who informed me about this exhibition and literally pulled me into this at a time when there is a cyclone in Visakhapatnam. Fortunately, everyone is safe. Second thing before I begin, I am really touched by the way the whole program has been inaugurated and started. Traditional prayers, traditional things, followed by national anthem, which is the common unifying factor for all of us. And the traditions and the modernity mixed into it is something which gives a very unique flavor to the way the programs, such events have been organized and makes India stand apart in all these respects. Shri Arun Sharma ji, distinguished guest and the first speaker, the opening batsman, has already, laid the tone and tenor, the vision of propelling Maritime India to greater heights. And he has brought in, certain very relevant points about the policy framework, about what went wrong in the last 3 to 4 decades, about we as the entire ecosystem unifying ourselves and taking up our cause in a very, very unified manner. We have, of course, Mr. Ashish has said and shared his point of view, which was again quite relevant. And Seth Walchand Hirachand that he talked of is the founder of Hindustan Shipyard Limited as well, which in those days was called Scindia Shipyard Limited. Shantanu ji, of course, has been introduced that he's there whosoever needs help in propelling this industry and taking it ahead. So I'm very grateful to all of you, all the dignitaries on the stage for making me a part of you on the dais. I'm grateful to all the wonderful audience, the ladies and gentlemen, and the industrial partners who have all been here to let this thing propel our common factor, our common thread of taking the shipbuilding, the logistics, and the entire ecosystem connected further ahead. I would like to start, and quote a few comments of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. And as I said, I'm here to only share my experience that I have in this job as a shipbuilder, being the CMD of Hindustan Shipyard Limited. And I also represent all shipyards, being the president of Indian Shipbuilders Association here. So, there are 4 quotes which I found relevant for this occasion at various occasions that Honorable Prime Minister said. And one of them is, India is serious about growing in the maritime sector and emerging as the leading blue economy of the world. Next, he said, India aims to operationalize 23 waterways by 2030. In another statement, he said, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways has created a list of 400 government investing waterways in a way that never have seen before. And the last of course, are, the policies, etc., which have been driven by the government. And therefore, when we look at the various scheme of policies which are there, etc., we find that at this time we are very fortunate to be here, to be present at a very opportune moment when this industry of shipbuilding, the ship logistic, is at the cusp of transformation. As has been brought out, it has been less than 0.5%. And the onus is upon us to give it a new lease of life and take it to the place which our country, of which this industry rightly belongs in India as well as at the global level. About the history of how things went wrong and what Japan, South Korea, the China, how they have been doing, I think everybody is aware about it. We know that certain things have been lacking in our shipbuilding industry. The dramatic success of Asia's neighbors only serves to highlight the absence of a maritime vision in India. And I will briefly touch upon as to what is it that we can actually do about it. The maritime vision of India requires, in my opinion, the following 10 things to be taken care of. First, dynamic and competitive shipbuilding and ship repair industry. Second, economy of scale, which is possible through standardization and commonality of the equipment, both in the defense shipbuilding industry, in the commercial shipbuilding industry, and also in the non-shipbuilding industry. As we know from the Russian example, that an engine, a diesel engine, which is used on ships, is also used on army tanks, is also used in locomotives. So that is a kind of standardization. We know in Russia there are dual-use items which are used in defense as well as in the civil area. So when we look at the products and the equipment, for the economy of scale, which will lower down the cost, it is very important that we have something which can be used right across to the various spectra of Indian industry. The third point is about stringent quality control by all stakeholders, be it designer, be it the industry partners, the OEM, the manufacturers, the supplier, and the shipbuilder and the owner who is finally accepting it. Because today, our owner is quite wise, is aware about what are the global standards and would like to expect nothing but the best. And it's our responsibility to deliver nothing but the best. Timely availability of equipment and binding data is something which is adversely affecting the time and the cost, both the factors. And those who are the shipbuilding industry very well knows that these are key factors which are taking a very long time. As Arun Sharma ji said that in 70s, 60s, we delivered ships in a matter of 3.5 years, and they have been sailing beautifully. But now it is taking 5, 6, and 7 years to deliver ships. We need to really introspect, and one of the factors is this that I have touched, which is availability of equipment from the OEMs, from the transporters, etc., and the binding data on time. Some of my equipments for the current shipbuilding program, for example, have been coming from Amsterdam from January, and they are yet to reach the shipyard. And my launching dates promised to the Prime Minister as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is 15th August for the 2 DSV. Now that's where the transportation plays a very, very crucial role. Improvement in in-house design talent is again very crucial, because as we know today, the ships are not to be designed, it is not that the ships are made to the design. The ships are made to the cost. The design has to be made to the cost. And therefore, various aspects of how to lower down the cost have to be interwoven into the design itself. Seventh point that I would like to touch is the low finance cost. We know that the finance cost in India is exorbitantly high. I'm taking overdrafts on the bank at the rate of 9.5%. Our finance costs are going much beyond that. And if I have to go beyond one limit, it goes about 10%. Then we have the builder's risk insurance around 2%. We have the bank government charges, the state BGs, etc., etc. Finally, this finance cost is hitting all of us and is making the ships more expensive. R&D is my 8th point that I would like to touch, because for every product there has to be a unique selling point. And without R&D, we cannot beat our competitors. Because we all know as a business entities, to beat the competitor, you got to have a quality product, you have to have a product in time, and you have to have the product which is most cost effective. So R&D is one area which will actually bring, give value to all of this. And the current investment of R&D in shipbuilding sector is minuscule as compared to any of the shipbuilding country that we read about. Ninth is export orders that foster shipbuilding expertise. There is a lot of focus from Government of India, and we all understand that unless we export, our own domestic market is not huge enough to give us the economy of scale that we have been talking about, which can lower the cost. And the last 10th point that I would touch is the strong MSMEs and strong OEMs of global standards. There are a lot of equipments, material, which we are still importing. When we look at indigenous substitute, we want to encourage MSMEs, but the quality and the timeline has to match or what the global, otherwise it does affect the end product, as we all understand. Now, these were from my experience the 10 points which I wanted to list down as to what can actually propel our maritime industry and bring the benefit to all of us. On part of the government, we know that there are schemes and policies which have been laid down in the last couple of years, starting from Atmanirbhar Bharat, Digital India, right of first refusal in our business. We have, sanction of financial assistance of $20.13 million for 47 ships under the shipbuilding financial assistance policy. I don't know how many have actually been able to use it. And if not, we really need to fine-tune the policy framework so that it benefits the entire industry sector. And many more such policies are there. But as Arun Sharma ji said, they are not really good enough. They are not good enough to lower down the cost. They are not good enough to actually help us to grow in an export market, to compete at a global level. And therefore, we need to collectively think and collectively take up the points or the issues that are ailing our industry. But by saying these, points, what I'm trying to bring out is that in certain sectors, the results are appearing. For example, defense sector. In 2014 and 15, the value of Indian export, the defense export, was 1940 crores, let's say 2,000 crores. But in 2021, this has risen to 8,430 crores. A four-fold jump in 6 years in the export orders of defense industry is an example that if it is possible in defense industry, it is certainly possible in our sector too. And we need to look at and invest the next 3 days in deliberations, in finding out the common problems, in finding out the issues that are ailing us and their solutions so that we can take it up. And in these export that we are talking about, four-fold jump, 8,000 plus, certain ships like OPVs stand an example which have been exported by Indian shipyards. And therefore, in terms of the way ahead, if I have to lay down without crossing my time limit, yeah, you are there. Okay. So I would like to say that it is time to acknowledge shipbuilding as a strategic industry with a vital role to play in the nation's security as well as industrialization, job creation, and to accord it the status of a full-fledged department, if not a ministry, at the center. Concurrently, a strategy and a roadmap for shipbuilding may be drawn up in sync with Sagarmala project, because Sagarmala project is primarily focused on the ports, but we need to extend it because the entire ecosystem has to grow in sync and in the steps so that the benefit is to the entire shipbuilding and the associated industry that we have talked about and we all represent. Apart from the strategic vision, the policy framework, the next would be the shipbuilding, the 10 focus points, which my opinion that I've shared with you, I think they touches in every aspect of the shipbuilding. Next is about the ship repair. Ship repair is a very, very different business, as was again hinted. When I took over Hindustan Shipyard Limited, I've been wondering why all the ships are going to the Colombo shipyard. Why Indian flag bearers are going to Oman? What is it that we can do to reverse the trend? And very humbly, just to put as an example, where at Hindustan Shipyard we were doing 3 ships in a year. Last year we did the repairs of 17 ships in a year, including 2 foreign-going vessels under foreign flag. And this year we intend to cross a mark of 20. And I'm just calling upon everybody that if we do it in every shipyard and every industry, if they support us, because we cannot survive as shipbuilder without the ancillary industry and the acceptance of the owner, I think it can certainly reverse the trend. For the ship repairs, which requires a low turnaround time, quick solutions, and the contingencies and alternate options, as one of the example it was illustrated by Mr. Arun Sharma ji, I would touch the 5 factors which are very crucial here. The first is the manpower productivity. All said and done, honestly, we admit that the manpower productivity in Indian shipyards is rather low as compared to any global standard. Second, the limited tenders preferred for a short turnaround time. Most of the shipyards in India are under PS government, and they have to follow the government guidelines, and we need to resort not on a global but a limited tendering so that we have a quick solutions, quick answers for a quick turnaround time. Third, open tenders only preferred for first time, one time make so that we cut short time. Fourth, standardized product offering at low turnaround time by creating a pool of exportable platforms or the rotables or the solutions that industry provides us. If industry waits for the orders to be given for the common item which are required and then to take the lead time to supply, ship repairs will be extremely difficult. The fifth, shipyard to improve the productivity and supply chain efficiency to improve competitiveness in turnaround time and costing. This is where I focus on the ship repair industry. The fourth point as a way ahead I would like to say is the innovative business models by industry to provide low-cost solutions to the customer. And fifth, alternative technology through transfer of technology or through our own R&D, something like diesel or hybrid or LNG vessels with complete life cycle support and shore charging infra can be explored. The high-tech vessels, the green energy, electrical propulsion on ships, so on and so forth, which we have talked of. We have heard and read enough, but we need to just execute and implement in Indian waters. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to say that the ecosystem of Indian shipbuilding industry, the maritime industry, and the logistic connected to it, the ancillary industries connected to it is very, very vast and touches a very wide industrial base, the MSMEs and the job seekers or the employees, a very, very large number. And therefore, the efforts need to be synergized by all the stakeholders. And in this, I am reminded of a mantra given by Honorable Prime Minister, which we all know of, that in this, what we require is sabka saath, sabka prayas, sabka vishwas, that together we can do it. And lastly, this will lead us to sabka vikas, the growth of every industry and every person connected to the shipbuilding industry. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore Hemant Khatri, for gracing us with your presence, and thank you for those wonderful words. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates and honored dignitaries present here, we have a special video message from our chief guest, address Shri Shripad Nayak, Honorable Minister of States for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Can we have the video message, please?
And Maritime Transport and Shipping India Expo 2022 are taking place at Mumbai. Atmanirbhar Blue Economy specialized maritime company who is doing a great job for the maritime industry. I look forward to meet you all tomorrow. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Well, we are certainly looking forward to Shri Shripad Naik gracing us with his presence tomorrow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are come to the end of our opening for today. But before we move ahead to the exhibition area, I would like to invite Mr. Ali Patankar, founder and director, Ocean Trade Maritime, to give us the vote of thanks. Let's give him a huge round of applause and a big thanks to Ms. Pallavi Nayak also, who's the founder and director, Ocean Trade Maritime. Mr. Ali, can you grace us with your presence? Pallavi, you can join us on stage and have a seat here as well. And thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable guest on the dais, Chief Guest, Commodore Hemant Khatri, Guest of Honor, Shri Arun Kumar Sharma, Sharma. Sorry if I have taken the name wrong. Shantanu Bhadkamkar sir, ladies and gentlemen present over here. Firstly, I would like to thank all of you to be present over here who have come in large number. We would like to also thank all 125 plus companies who are participating in both the exhibition, Shipbuild India and Maritime Transport exhibition. We as Ocean Trade Maritime Company, the founders are Pallavi Naik, Iram Patankar and myself. We have started this venture exactly 1.5 years ago on the line of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, when he said, become an Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have started this venture as an Atmanirbhar company, and we wanted to serve the blue economy, which generally our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned in a speech when he talks about this industry. The company, which started 15 months ago, is doing a great job when it comes to covering most of the maritime segments, such as shipbuilding, maritime transport, logistics, and in the year to come ahead, we will be covering more maritime segments such as marine tourism, ocean energy, safety, security, and surveillance, and many other maritime segments. On behalf of the company, we would like to thank all the stakeholders who have helped us to launch this show. Many associations have come forward to help us. We have a very great advisory board in place. We have a Shantanu Bhadkamkar sir, who is the chairman of advisory board. We have Sachin sir sitting over there. We have Santosh sir, Malika ma'am, Kedar sir, Atre sir, who is there at Mandvi Dry Dock. They have all helped us to, take us through in last 15 months or so when we announced this, both the shows, in April 2021. Without saying much over here, again, myself, Ali Patankar, Pallavi Nayak and Iram Patankar would like to express the highest gratitude to each and everyone who contributed directly or indirectly for us to become the most successful Atmanirbhar maritime business company in India in last 1.5 years. Thank you once again, and congratulations to all of you for putting up such a wonderful show, helping us to serve you better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali Patankar, founder and director, Ocean Trade Media. And thank you so much, Mr. Shantanu Bhadkamkar, Shri Arun Sharma, Commodore Hemant Khatri. Thank you so much, also Mr. Ashish Pednikar, for gracing us with your presence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we officially open the expo for each and every one of you to witness. Go take a look at the wonderful exhibition. 3 exciting days, today, tomorrow, and day after, 11th, 12th, and 13th May. This is your MC anchor, Leanne Arona, signing out. 12 o'clock, we begin with our first theme, that is propelling Maritime India, right here with the Maritime Transport and Shipping India Expo 2022. In the adjacent conference room, we have Shipbuild India Expo Summit 2022. Exciting 3 days of this conference. So please go ahead and cater to the stalls, visit the conference area and the exhibition area. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's give them all a huge round of applause. And wishing everybody a huge success in this expo. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll have a group photo. Yeah. Can we have the committee members of the technical board for the expo team on stage? Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Malika Khatri, Mr. Sachin Kulkarni, and Mr. Santosh Patil for joining us on stage. Kindly proceed to the expo, ladies and gentlemen, delegates. Delegates, we'll see you at 12 noon sharp for the first session. (2022). Thank you so much.
बोल हे बेटा ऐसा हे काढू दादा हे काढू का दादा हे काढू हे काढू दादा we are on a very topical field, which is supply chain resilience. First time we heard supply chain resilience was in Fukushima episode. Lot of world was depending on supply of small companies, relatively small companies from Japan, big power corporations, not such a very good place. I think most of
to strong planning probably had bigger challenges. To begin with, we will start with Jerseys Master, President of Amtoy. He is a multi-talented person. His oldest occupation is steamer agent, surveyor, then back office of shipping lines, multimodal transport operator, NBOCC, box operator, project cargo, trucking, now IT. And I may have still missed few items of what it does. In addition, let me tell you one secret. He controls lot of charities. So if at all you need that help also for someone, you have to approach him for charitable work. So Jerseys, as a leader, how do you see India, Indian industry demonstrated supply chain resilience, but more so with logistics resilience? And I would like you to touch the past briefly and really speak about what we are doing now and what we should be doing in future for supply chain resilience as logistics industry. Floor is yours, Jerseys.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Thanks, Shantanu, for the lovely introduction. Most of it undeserved. I think that we have demonstrated very aptly and amply during the pandemic and during the lockdown, which was announced with just 4 hours of notice, and to keep a population of 1.2 billion people fed and clothed during those 3 to 5 weeks, the actual internal supply chain continued. It also bounced back because their resourcing was done fast and efficient manner. And that credit goes to our leadership, our government, which supported them in every way, and to see that the wheels of the nation kept on turning. that is the past, and then we have bounced back. Of course, the story is all the Indian economy is doing pretty well. We have had record exports last year. In the future, this is going to happen again, for sure. If not now, maybe 10 years from now. So as a company, what we have done is that we are trying with a workforce of over 1,500 people and largely moving towards the IT spectre. I mean, by getting more and more of our processes digitalized and keep your workforce mobile. So instead of desktops, a simple thing like instead of desktops, we are now, any further investment is only in laptops and tablets so that the workforce can, even at short notice, work from anywhere and digitalize your processes. So we had a huge workforce in Navasheva for documentation processes where customers used to come, custom house brokers, CHAs, handing over the shipping bill and other documents like Form 13, Form 6. We have digitalized all the same. In the initial days, this was a very, most of our staff got infected with COVID and we even lost a few people because of this interaction and close contact. But now it has been, we have just made it so digitalized that we have hardly any visitors to our office. We have encouraged our customers to follow suit and they are also seeing the benefits of it. So I think the future lies in digitization, automation, leaner, meaner workforce and a mobile. Be lean, be mean and be automized. So that's my contribution.
Our next speaker is Sunil Vaswani, again an old friend. He has served shipping lines, he has served shipping. He represents the strongest force in the world today is the shipping lines. He represents them. He is a very articulate speaker. Even if you speak to his old colleagues, very old colleagues, he was one of the finest presenter, and that's why I was suggesting him while Jersis was having a round. Please don't read, please speak what you feel. And he's a very fine presenter, very articulate presenter. So we have Sunil Vaswani make his presentation.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Shantanu. Actually, I'm amongst all the friends here. And thanks for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be here with all of you. So to just quickly run it down that how we survived the pandemic, of course, it's history now, but you learn your future lessons through history. And as my friend Jersis rightly said, that initially, it was only in the initial short period that we had an issue, but otherwise everything fell in place. And that fell in place obviously because of the government support and because everybody in the logistics chain was so passionate about getting back into action quickly enough. We lines, and I think quite frankly, India did far better than many of the countries. In fact, most of the developed countries, we did better than even most of the developed countries. And what did we do that was probably different? You know, as far as India is concerned, I think our port sector, the ports over here, in fact, ports in other countries were very, congested. They weren't managed well enough. There was shortage of equipment, shortage of people, waiting time for ships in the ports of U.S. West Coast for India, West Coast of U.S. went up to about a month, whereas we didn't have any of those problems out here. Also, the shipping lines, we did all that we could during that period of time. Initially, when this whole thing started, only the imports were happening. There were no exports because of the lockdown, but we continued to call our ships to maintain the service levels. And eventually in July onwards, July 2020 onwards, when exports did pick up, then imports dropped because obviously there was no local demand out here or less local demand for goods. And also because of the Atmanirbhar policy, which was the right policy, but only thing is created an imbalance as far as our equipment was concerned. So we started repositioning empty containers into the country at a huge cost so as to meet the export demand. We placed orders for new ships, of course, which some of them have already hit the waters and some of them are still in the process. We started new services into India. In the year 2021, we introduced new services which added capacity to the tune of about 33,000 or 35,000 TEUs a week, which if annualized works out to about 1.80 million TEUs. Also, as far as the repositioning of empty containers was concerned, we repositioned 1.85 million TEUs of empty containers into the country in 2020. So the lessons that we learned from all this is that, things can strike you anytime, but the key to the whole thing is to be prepared as best as possible, and other thing is to get back into action as quickly as possible and do whatever is required to get back into action. Now, having done that, what do we do in the future so that, if this thing strikes again or if anything else strikes again, how do we move forward? One of the things is that, okay, our ports have held so far so good, but going forward, everybody in the logistics chain will have to be more agile. The shipping lines, of course, but besides the shipping lines, the ports will have to be more commercially competitive as compared to the other ports. We'll have to be more efficient. The ports will have to be able to handle ships that are larger in size. They have greater draft, so that we take the opportunity. It's not only of being ready to meet the challenge, it's also about seeking opportunities to expand your base. Like what's happening today in Sri Lanka. Is the Indian industry or the ports in India capable enough of taking advantage of that situation? We have certain question marks on that because of the reasons that I just mentioned, but we could certainly work on those. The other things could be like when we had the pandemic. On one side, we had the export trade looking for containers, looking for equipment, and on the other hand, we had containers that were long standing with customs. Now, I'm not blaming anybody, not the fault of customs, not the fault of the trade, not the fault of the shipping lines, but the fault of the system. That the system was such that it had to go through the process of at least 4 auctions, and then they had to check the maximum price that they can get. What we suggested was that as long as the customs recovers their customs duty and their charges, just auction the cargo and release the containers for export purposes. And if you can't do that, then de-stuff the containers into some warehouse or into some CFS and release those boxes to the shipping line so that they can be used for exports. So these are the lessons that you learn. Also, as far as the railways are concerned, if you have a dedicated freight corridor, and hopefully if that comes up quickly enough, then we could have trains that are dedicated as container trains, and you don't prioritize your tracks for passenger trains or for defense cargo, which delays the whole transportation of equipment of loaded containers into the port. Further, also as far as Nhava Sheva is concerned, today you have mixed trains coming into Nhava Sheva. And then, there's an increase in the dwell time of containers over there, which obviously then increases the transit time from origin to destination. But if you had dedicated trains for dedicated terminals, then the dwell time would reduce, and then the containers could immediately be moved and loaded onto the vessels. And finally, what's most important, as Xerxes also rightly mentioned, is about digitization. The shipping lines, we've done our part of digitization. In fact, we started it during the pandemic itself by releasing e-DOs, securing e-payments. Some of the shipping lines have also started e-bills of lading. But there is a bit of a challenge out there because many of the banks don't accept those BLs in India, although they do accept them overseas. So if the Indian Banks Association could push the banks in India to accept e-bills of lading, it would expedite the process and it would make the process cheaper. So these are some of the areas, and also as far as the government is doing, they've come out with the ULIP policy. The ULIP comes across everybody in the logistics chain has a uniform digitized process. There's SCMT, which is now just coming, is round the corner. It's been extended a few times because it's got some issues that need to be addressed. Hopefully, if they are addressed quickly enough, that could also come into place. So then that would expedite the whole process. Having said that, I think I leave it rest to the rest of my colleagues to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunil. We now have Vivek Kede. Vivek also is multi-talented. He is fitness fanatic. He does marathon. But more than that, when it comes to business, he is a 100-meter sprinter. By far, his company is the fastest growing company. Within a short time, he has surpassed what 50 and 100-year-old companies did. He has done a lot more in much shorter time than the old and established, and I'm talking big companies. I'm not talking the survivors. I'm talking the really successful ones. Be it container freight station, consolidation, domestic coastal shipping. It's a big list to follow. In addition, he is always in forefront of initiatives and has passion for excellence. One example I can give of for his choosing nothing but the best is his HR in charge is a PhD in HR management. So he doesn't settle for anything less, and he is always ahead of others. Vivek, we heard digitization, and not just today. I think last 4-5 years and even more after lockdown, we hear digitization too often. To an extent, now the world seems like the movie Matrix, where everything we feel, do is virtual. And although bricks and mortars are not necessary, we will eat digitally, we will sleep digitally, we will think digitally, whether our brain will operate, whether we need actual food, whether we need food and shelter. I think to that extent people speak digitization. So can you speak about resilience, particularly logistics resilience, beyond digitization?
Thank you for your kind introduction, Shantanu. I don't know whether I deserve all the accolades that you mentioned. See, digitalization, as you rightly mentioned, it is there. And Matrix was what was 20 years ago, what they were talking about digitalization. Today we are talking about metaverse. So you create your own alternative entity, and then there is a whole new game of NFTs, non-fungible tokens that's available, and then you can eat virtually, you can buy things virtually, and you can live virtually. So then it's almost amounting to split personality. You live in the physical world as well as you have your avatar in the virtual world. I mean, that's where the world is heading to. Coming back to digitalization and beyond digitalization, yes, I think so far in the logistics space, digitalization has been limited to visibility. And of course, for sustainability, supply chain visibility is most important. And since the transactions have become digital and you can interact with various logistics service providers or entities in the entire supply chain digitally, those transactions are being recorded on a real-time basis, and those transactions then, be it through means of a track and trace or through means of release of bill of lading or release of delivery order, availability of schedules, planning, demand planning, all these activities can be done using the mode of digitalization. But I think we have to progress fast and move ahead into data interchange. I think that's where there's a huge opportunity. And traditionally the thought process, as my colleague Sunil will agree with me, is that people they thought that data was very sacrosanct and it was very unique to them. If they had access to data in their organization, that means they owned the data. they never realize that the data is owned by the actual cargo owner, be it the shipper, shipper specifically, either the import or export, he is the owner of the data. So with his permission, you should be in a position to make that data available to all the logistics service providers in the entire chain. And that's where I think we need to have more clarity. We need to have a legal framework that permits that. And also we need to have capability to interchange data, because, you know, the latest technology to interchange data is the API, you know. And if you see, when you talk to any logistics service provider and you tell, okay, my so-and-so transactions I'm dealing with you and that data is available with you, can you make it in form of an EDI? I mean, that's the old way of doing it, or the API. You know, sometimes you come to a knot because, you know, organizations are not ready for data interchange. Whilst they are successfully using the data for giving a better visibility, but the same data is not available for the purpose of sharing. So I think that's where, you know, we need to have a very strong industry framework. We need to have a legal clarity in terms of how the data can be protected, it can be kept confidential, so that we are able to use that data more effectively for supply chain management and bringing about more resilience. When we speak about resilience, is basically we are talking about ensuring that the supply chains are not disrupted. How do we ensure the supply chains are not disrupted? Through signals that something is going to go wrong somewhere, and then you are ready with plan B or plan C. So those signals can only come through digitalization. And that digitalization can only be effectively used or being effective if the data is available in real time. Data can be made available in real time to various organizations only through a mode of interchange or through API. So I think, you know, we need to progress our thinking to sharing of data, maintaining confidentiality, and using that data effectively for forecasting and ensuring that the resilience stays intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. We'll have last round of closing comments. In the meanwhile, I would like to have audience be ready with the questions. And those of you I know, if you are not ready with a question, I will have question for you. So it's your choice whether I should ask you a question or you better ask the panelists some question, and a good question. So Vivek, stay on with your mic. We will go in reverse order. What is your opinion, taking the same issue forward, on bricks and mortars? Like, things still can't be purely virtual. For resilience, what are the bricks and mortar things to? It's not something archaic. For example, the sensors, which has revolutionized, has hugely changed digital world. All sensors, be it cameras, be it other digital sensors for IoT, all the sensors required for IoT. And even beyond IoT, even the new fuels that are getting developed, alternative energy sources. So can you throw a quick closing round with, for supply chain resilience, how do we use these technologies, and how particularly logistics service provider make use of it? Because we have seen we are amongst the earliest affected by any change of technology, and we are the first assimilators also. So with this, have your closing remarks.
Yeah, so basically supply chain resilience, and we are talking about brick mortar and its relevance in the digital, fast-moving digital world. So I think what the brick mortar way of doing business is very important, because they are the people, the brick mortar institutions are the people who are responsible for fulfillment of the supply chain, or the execution of the supply chain. So without the brick and mortar players, you know, your virtual platforms, digital platforms, they are of no significance. And we have seen that successfully. People have established digital platforms in supply chain, but it was not backed by fulfillment abilities or capabilities. So I think what is most important here is gradual upgradation of brick and mortar businesses to, you know, up their digital ante. So if you are very good in warehousing, are you ensuring that you are using warehousing software to, you know, better plan the warehouse? If you are good in transportation, are your equipments, as in the trailers and tractors used, available with the sensors so that you can track through GPS device where the container is moving or where the cargo is moving? If you are a good ship operator, do you have the capability to release bill of lading or release delivery order, or for that matter, make the availability of containers, empty containers, loaded containers, its availability at any point of time when the stakeholder needs it. So I think upping the digital quotient is a very strong advice for all the brick and mortar operators to stay relevant in today's so-called digital world, all the metaverse that we are heading towards.
Thanks, Vivek. Sunil, digital has been improving efficiency, giving visibility, helping planning. Yet we see there is shortage of space, there is shortage of equipment. Do you see any bigger investments coming, newer technologies coming in shipping that will ensure that the global trade doesn't shrink because of lack of physical logistics support? And many of us are worried, though yields of carriers may have increased, you might be shrinking the global trade, and whatever is currently seen to be growth in global trade or our export is actually due to asset inflation rather than growth in volumes. Beyond the particular period, shortage doesn't add to profit. So can you speak about newer technologies, faster ships, larger capacities, what's happening in global supply chain to ensure supply chain resilience? Otherwise, people are talking about near sourcing. If actually people do near sourcing as they were 50 years back, then again our field shrinks. So there has to be a balance somewhere, and the service provider has to be ahead of the customer. So can you share these aspects?
Thanks, Shantanu. A very, very valid question, I should say. First of all, let me start off as far as the volumes are concerned, where you mentioned that, yes, of course, we've moved up in business as far as India was concerned, or in terms of revenues of exports, but not, or probably not really very much in volumes. I think, let me clarify that we did move up in volumes as well. Our exports moved up by 18% in volumes in 2021 as compared to 2020. So that's something that we will continue to grow, because as you very rightly said, that if the volumes don't grow, the business doesn't grow. Freight rates will go up and down. And we don't want the business to suffer, neither do we want our customers to suffer. So what, like for instance, what's happened even today, what we are seeing is in China, for instance, besides of course the steps that the shipping lines took, I mean that's different, and those steps we will continue to take. But also what's happening in the world order. Like when we come down to India and we come to China, a lot of tonnage has so far been stuck as far as or concentrated into the China-US trade lane or China-Europe trade lane. Now with the pandemic affecting China, where the ports have been impacted, number one. Number two is the exports out of China are coming down, because as you very rightly said, most countries are looking forward to having a dual, a sourcing, dual places of sourcing, which we hope should be India, and we should, as shipping lines, should support that. But as a result of what's happening, because in China, the space is increasing out of India, which is a positive sign. And particularly to the US West Coast, today if you see to US West Coast and to Latin America, space out of India has increased. So either by default or by design, both ways, focus is coming more on India. So I think it's the right time also for the Indian export community to seize that opportunity and to get onto newer markets and increase their market share, so that it helps both ways, that the shipping lines also get more encouraged to bring in more tonnage into India, and the export trade also moves forward. Your next question was that is the shipping trade concentrating on bringing bigger ships, on more ships? yes, you are absolutely right, Shantanu, because that's happening. You can see all along that we have gone up to 24, 25,000 TEU vessels. We are also talking about, that's why we keep emphasizing about ports, because if Indian ports can handle larger ships with deeper drafts, then we could have larger ships coming into India, and that would create economies of scale, not only for the shipping lines, but it would make also the exports more competitive. So there again, the freight rates and all that would be more reasonable once that kind of thing happens. And finally, as you rightly said, sourcing. We don't want the sourcing to move out of India. In fact, we are all in the business. We are partners with the export trade. We would want sourcing to increase in India. And for that, anything that could happen, we've been always emphasizing not only the shipping lines will do, but also as far as the logistics chain is concerned. We've been talking about the railways, why we want the dedicated freight corridor. We would also encourage, as far as we don't have a control on that, but we would encourage and be happy if that happened, that on the inland transportation side, if more cargo moved through rail, that would be more dedicated. It would be just in time. Arrival would be just in time, particularly with the dedicated freight corridor. The cost would be less, and then less pollution also. So I think all these kind of things, if everybody puts their heads together and works in the same direction, obviously this will be good for the country and good globally as well. Thank you.
Xerxes, you were the biggest employer in our sector, and now you are becoming a digital player. So you have seen both worlds, highly manpower intensive and now totally digitized arena. What is your vision and what is your message for the people, including the C-level people, middle level and cutting edge, for what the next world will be in that era, and how do we finally see you need digital world, you need bricks and mortar, and you need people also. Without people there is no consumption, there is no use, there is nothing digital world builds which people don't use. So this is a complete ecosystem. So what is your human aspect part of it for us to be relevant, starting from top and then bottom, because to give message to bottom is very easy. So what is your message to leaders like you and followers of yours?
Brilliant question, actually. So I'll take my example first. So our company had a workforce at one time of over 2,500 people. And it came with its own set of problems. We had almost at one stage, if I recall correctly, we had 13 unions to deal with. And that was itself a task in itself. And there were human errors. We were being dictated upon by the staff. Our hands were tied, our legs were tied, and we were told to run. So gradually, we decided to let go of the non-profitable jobs, cut down our workforce, digitize processes to the maximum extent possible. And we are down to 1,500. Our aim is to come down to 1,000 and yet keep our business. The human aspect will always be there. When Paytms came into play, they said that the cashiers will all go out of business. But now you have managers for the Paytms, engineers, etc. So the human element will always be there. What the human element has to be ensure is that you keep yourself abreast of processes. You cannot say, I am not used to this, I am not used to that. Change is the only constant. And change is coming very fast. It's every year. It's no longer every 5 years or every 10 years. It's every year, it's every half year, it's every month. Keep yourself abreast, keep yourself what you call educated, keep yourself in the world domain active, and you will never be indispensable. And obviously, employment has to be there. If we digitalize everything and do robotics, we'll have a revolution on our hands. So there has to be job. The digitalization will create its own set of job functions. And that's why the skill set has to be adapted for the same. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Xerxes. I think one thing digitization helped us to change on human front is increased human reaction I saw people like Vivek Kede's company, some other colleagues, Xerxes, hold regular meetings with their people and have, Xerxes had big investment in video conferences for last 5 years. We have been, as Amtoy, using it. And I learned from them, like they have frequent review meetings. From once a quarter meeting, once in 6 months review meetings. Now we have weekly review meetings. And we have seen there is a huge impact of it in performance management, pressure on performance, and dissemination of information. So what has digital world, virtual world helped us is reports because of the software and data being in cloud. Now there is a democratization of data. Nobody can make any monopoly of that. But with these technologies, our meetings are more frequent, more targeted, more specific. See, once we do meetings once a quarter or once in 6 months, they become generic. Whereas now we have very sharp, incisive meetings. I think these are the changes that I see happening, people having frequent meetings. Do we have any questions for the panelists? We have a lot of thoughts going on over here. If not, I think, yeah, please, someone over there.
Check. I would request the audience, if you all want to ask question, please raise your hand, stand up, introduce yourself, and then address any of the panelists.
Mr. Vivek touched upon the topic of API, of how the information must be shared among ecosystem. So right now in our platform, we are getting complete API from Kolkata port as to the whole import that is coming in. So I just want to understand from him on a larger macro perspective of all the data that can be pulled from all ports, CFS, what can be done on a larger macro API perspective that will benefit the trade from a macro perspective. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I think that's a very interesting question. In terms of the API, I think we need to identify certain standard data elements for which are essential and which can be shared. So identify the data elements, decide the schema for it, that there is a standard way of sharing it. And then when the shipment in the beginning of the supply chain, take an undertaking from the shipper that he has no objection to share that data with all the stakeholders up to the delivery of the shipment. So with these 3 steps, what you're talking about will be achieved. So currently, we need, larger trade bodies together, or be it a framework by the government, should be in a position. I mean, there was some attempt being done by ULIP, which is the new initiative by Government of India, and before that PCS. So I think ULIP, they are trying to make that available, but still the pace at which and standardization which is required is not there. They say that we are only a data exchange, but in terms of who is making what data available, which stakeholders, and it's only about the government agencies that are making the data available. It is the private players are not on board the ULIP platform. They are only the data consumers. So, so there has to be a much more, a deeper thought process, standardization, and involvement of the shipper to give a confirmation, yes, I am okay to share the data for better efficiency in achieving efficiency in the supply chain. So if that answers your question.
Fine, if there are no questions, we can close the session.
Sir, we have one more question
Okay.
here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No? All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Please stand, sir. Introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Naresh Vishnu Tamra from Marine Product Export Development Authority. My office is near Panvel. So I want to ask Sunil sir. Sir, since we are working for these marine sectors, so a lot of exporters are there. They are exporting this seafood from overseas market. So during pandemic, they have faced a lot of problem. So availability of booking of containers, then tracking of containers, because they are exporting seafood through these JNPT ports. So during this digital world, also they have some face problems. So how we can overcome this? Because they have a lot of containers they have exported in China or EU markets, so they difficult
I
to
think
find
your
for
question is
tracking.
clear. You have a very clear question. Sunil, if you can respond.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let me try and put it this way. It's a valid concern that you've raised, but your question is a bit general, so my answer also will be a bit general. There have been issues during the pandemic, and that was not only with the reefer trade, it was also with the general cargo containers. And as I mentioned that everybody, all the players in the supply chain worked backwards and forwards to make things meet. There were delays, obviously, and the delays most often was not really so much on the part of the shipping lines, but on the parts of the ports, because the ports were so congested that your transit times increased. And also it created an artificial scarcity of space and equipment, because the turnaround of both equipment and ships was much slower. As we are getting out of the pandemic, unfortunately, one thing after the other is hitting us. We are not entirely out of the woods, because now again in China, the port situation is bad because of the pandemic. Then you have the Russia-Ukraine war, and because of the sanctions, many containers or services to those places have been discontinued. So we are lumped with containers. We don't know what to do, and we are working out with several shippers and consignees to try and see if we can discharge them at another port. So I think this is an ongoing thing till things stabilize globally. But as far as the shipping lines are concerned, we've taken all our steps, both digitally as well as in the physical world, to try and reduce the problem as far as possible. And that's the reason why we've seen traffic moving. And also as far as India is concerned, we've seen the volumes going up. I think it'll take some time for things to stabilize, but we are on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. When a flight is on time, actually it is 10 minutes, 15 minutes ahead of the schedule. It lands ahead of schedule. That is in time, because they keep buffer. And I always endeavor as a moderator to close session 5 minutes before the scheduled time. So I would like to thank my panelists for their cooperation, sticking to the time. And they stuck to time without a timer being put there. So big round of applause. This was too quiet. We had two very relevant and good questions. So congrats, good. Thanks for active participation. Back to the Master of Ceremonies for closing the session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vivek. Let's give our session chairman, Mr. Shantanu Bhatkamkar, a huge round of applause. I would request Mr. Shantanu Bhatkamkar to felicitate our panelists, beginning with Mr. Zaxis Master, President of AMTOY, Association of Multimodal Transport Operators of India. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Vaswani, for gracing us with your presence, Executive Director, Container Shipping Lines Association. And last but not the least, the very best, Mr. Vivek Kele, Director, Global Logistics Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Let's give all our wonderful gentlemen a huge round of applause. Gentlemen, we now break for lunch and meet us sharp at 2 o'clock here in your seats for the next business session. The topic will be Future Innovation in Freight Forwarding. We have some exciting panelists and our session chairman, Mr. Dushyant Mulani, who will be present for this session. Please do make it in time, delegates. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the first business session. And thank you, gentlemen, so much. Once again, thank you, Mr. Shantanu Bhatkamkar. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you, gentlemen. Please do cater to the expo delegates. Thank you. Looking forward to the next business session at 2 p.m. as we begin with the next session for today. The next business session topic is Future Innovation in Freight Forwarding. Requesting all delegates to kindly take their seats. On the channel of Ocean Trade Maritime. You heard that right. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, but right now we are going live on YouTube only and on LinkedIn as well. Yeah. Ocean Trade Maritime, the organizers for the Maritime Transport and Shipping in India Expo 2022 and Shipbuild India Expo 2022. Before we begin our session, we would like to thank our partners, Platinum Partners, JNPA, our Silver Partner, Hutchison Ports, Sohar, our Bronze Partner, Speedways, Digital Platform Partner, ECU 360, and Key Industrial Partner, IR Class, Indian Register of Shipping. I would now like to invite on stage our second business session chairman, Mr. Neerav Thakkar, Honorary Joint Secretary, Brihan Mumbai Custom Brokers Association. Thank you, sir, Mr. Neerav. Please take your seat as the chairman for this session. I would like to invite Mr. Vikram Verma, Head of Marketing, ECU 360. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Kindly take your seat. Mr. Shankar Shinde, Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Associations in India. Thank you so much, Mr. Shinde, for gracing us with your presence. Kindly take your seat. Mr. Tej Contractor, President, Indian Institute of Freight Forwarders. Can you please take your seat, sir? Thank you so much. Well, delegates, before we begin our session, the theme for this session, for this business session rather, is Future Innovation in Freight Forwarding. Yes, you heard that right. Future Innovation in Freight Forwarding is the theme for this session. And now I would request Mr. Neerav Thakkar to take over this session as the session chairman. Thank you so much, Mr. Neerav, for gracing us with your presence and being the chairman for this session. Can we get our hands together in welcoming all our panelists and our session chairman, Mr. Neerav Thakur. Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the panelists. Good afternoon, all the participants. Thank you for being here today. And so today's topic, as been mentioned, is about the future innovation in freight forwarding. Well, I would first just give a brief understanding, and then I will have the panelists speak about the topic as well. We have everyone here. Well, logistics predominantly was about transport and storage. This is what was the thought in India. However, there were many other concepts which we have learned about logistics. And, let's say, for example, if we would have heard about the third-party logistics service providers. Okay, what is third-party logistics service provider? Now, we today have been looking at one specific category of specialized logistics service providers, which are freight forwarders. Now, I would compare the freight forwarders with a third-party logistics service provider because they being in control of one aspect of logistics, and they are controlling and being able to manage the whole show of carrying out the end-to-end logistics services. So freight forwarder is an integral part of the whole logistics chain, okay? And today, when we are looking at the scenario, for the past decade or decade and a half, there has been a lot of imbalance in the situation where freight forwarders have felt now with the changing scenario, we are going to be perished. Many freight forwarders and custom brokers specifically feel that. But the scenario is different. We have seen today that situation has changed. A lot of new opportunities have come up for freight forwarders. So now, what are these new innovations which are required in this field to keep up to that changing environment? So, without taking further time, I would first introduce Mr. Vikram Verma. Mr. Vikram Verma is the head of or director of marketing at the ECU 360, which is the first Indian multinational company. They are the first Indian company who've bought over companies overseas, and today they are in all the aspects of logistics. Be it shipping, be it CFSs, and even the last mile delivery. So I'm sure Mr. Vikram, with the current situation and the post that you are handling, there's a lot of pressure of innovation because to keep up with all these activities. So we would want you to explain and give us a perspective to the audience about what is this that you would rather try to tell us and focus upon in terms of innovation in this field of freight forwarding?
Thanks, Neerav. Firstly, there's no pressure. We have a great team which functions worldwide in over 180 countries. So yeah, we're doing that. We're doing pretty well. On an innovation side, I'll say innovation is synonymous with technology. And when we talk about technology, truly any kind of digital transformation which will happen at the freight forwarder's end should happen when they are thoroughly able to look at all aspects, or let's say all functions of your regular quoting, booking, till about even getting an invoice. Once they're able to do this digitally, that is where I will really say that digital transformation has happened. Now, what we need to understand is that there are various players in this. There are shipping companies, NBOCCs, freight forwarders, and then you have your direct shippers. Now, everyone is thinking differently. Everyone is at a different stage of digitization. Talking about all cargo, so in India we are known as all cargo. We launched the product EQ 360 about 3-4 years back, and since then we've been improving our product. Currently, today I can proudly say this, that 6 out of 10 forwarders are booking on all cargo using EQ360. And this is something which is like a global data, I can tell you. We also recently conducted a research where most of the forwarders came back to us saying that the biggest tool or the biggest technology which will help them grow their business in these tough times is a quoting booking platform. Some people called it white label, some people called it a software, some people called it a portal. So clearly there is a need for digital transformation at a freight forwarder's end. There are some fantastic examples I can tell you which the government of India did with the whole passport service. Today everything is digitized. I don't see why logistics should be any different. I'm sure freight forwarders will also be up to the task and they will digitize their operations in coming months and years.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, you have hit the right point of talking about digitization and how that has helped in taking your multi-logistics organization to understand in terms of what kind of innovation is required. I would now ask Mr. Shankar Shinde. He is the chairman of Federation of Freight Forwarders Associations in India, the apex body of more than 27 custom brokers associations in India. So there is a pan-India presence, and they have a major control in terms of producing or giving policy-related information and updates and recommendations to the government. Mr. Shinde personally has been associated in these activities for more than 15 years now, and he is a true taskmaster. Now, Mr. Shankar, I would like to need your assistance in explaining us about the current scenario in freight forwarding. We have seen many companies becoming, major companies becoming huge companies. Some companies who have been washed away. There has been, during pandemic, a lot of changes in the freight rates, a lot of imbalance in the situation. So what is it that you would give us a kind of perspective that today what kind of innovation is required and what is the assistance that the government is providing in terms of these things? So, Mr. Shankar, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nirav. First of all, let me congratulate the Maritime Transport and Shipping, and Ms. Pallavi and their colleagues has been good enough to have this organized. I think so this is the first event and very well organized. Congratulations. Good to see the exhibitors outside. And the theme itself selected for this with the future of technology in logistics or the freight forwarding is very apt for the future and currently which is a lot discussed upon. And when we talk about technology, we have already seen, in the consumer product, it is working well. Though there are different geographical challenges, different requirements, and different mindsets of people. But when it comes to shipping, how far this technology can be successful or how it can be implemented and who are the interested partners into it. And is there a leverage to invest, what you may call it a cost or you may call it an investment? Does it give that forwarder or freight forwarder or logistics service provider that leverage to enhance its business with implementing such type of technologies? We hear a lot about the jargons type blockchains, machine learnings, and language interpretations. It's huge intelligence which we hear, artificial intelligence. But a small freight forwarder who in today's time, who has an MSME company, has challenging in employing people itself, have challenging in putting up his office itself, in such a scenario, whether you would accept it as an investment or a cost to implement such type of technologies in the system is again a challenge. Forget about the freight forwarders. We are not talking about the top freight forwarder or something because our industry is completely different. A medium-sized operators at large we see who are operating on this platform. And other thing is who are associated with the transporters. Now, when it comes to a challenge of freight forwarder itself, how about the transporters? It's again a dual challenge. And we are a industry which is a manual process oriented industry and not a technology based oriented industry. And today's, even if the technology we have adopted is not by the choice, it's by compulsion, whichever is coming to us. So unless and until this technology is adopted or accepted by choice, I don't think so it can have a progressive way of looking at it. So let us see what are the challenges which could come out. Now, we had the earlier some portals which came in pre-COVID also, who were performing well, but that was to a given situation. Now, to a given situation, anything can work in that right direction with a perspective because there is a demand and supply balances, understanding those. But during the crisis of COVID, we have learned even those have not worked out. Which portal which has been providing the freight rates has been able to perform in these situations? I think very few or even none, you can say. Because everybody changed their stance, everybody changed their credit policies, everybody in the player of logistics also changed their business models. So adapting to all these environmental changes by force has been a challenge for this industry. Now we have a good partner here, Mr. Vikram, who highlighted that it has been a great successful and it is really taking up. But to our knowledge, the freight forwarding industry, which is a credit-oriented industry rather than cash industry. So on one side, you have upfront payments. We can understand when it was a $200 and $300 to Europe and the US with $1,000 or so. It was a different challenge. There was an investment which were people looking and even adding up to the same profit margins. Today, at that same profit margins, you cannot sustain the business model with $10,000 to $15,000, $20,000, and even after that, getting the assurance online, you don't know whether you will be in a position to get the containers manually, which is a challenge in this industry. So on one side, you may get a rate, you may get a DO also, but on the other side, whether that container yard, which is manually operated, whether you would assure giving you the container or no, even that could be a challenge. Now, you are a connect between the supply and the demand. The supply means on the shipping line is on one side, and there is very limited players of shipping into this industry. And there is on the other side, where is a huge demand or huge supply or multiple cascading effect about the freight forwarding industry on the other side. Now the control can be done by fews, but controlling at large is always going to be a challenge. Because first of all, there are the rates which will be on the demand and supply side. And second thing, you are not able to get up with the contracts, you will get up into the credit. When it comes to credit, there are MNCs again competing with the Indian freight forwarders. So during such situation, how the technology would work? One comes at the capital, which can be at the lower rate or even at the free rate of interest. And other comes at a huge interest rate, not less than 12 to 15% also, the investment. And there is a demand with the credit from the other side, from the customers, who would always be asking and seeking more and more on this aspect. So to match the whole team, it's not only a technology would help, but the mindset which is required across the industry. The support of the full industry with working in synergizing or synchronizing the whole system in the whole supply chain logistics is more important to get aggregate. On one side, if you see today, the travel agency, which was never seen that it would really work such well on the portals. We saw individual portals working, Clear Trip, Make My Trip, or any other portal. But now we have aggregators who are aggregating such type of portals and giving you the comparison of those portals. So tomorrow, it is not only these portals by itself would come, but we will have the aggregators of these portals also coming with credit offerings. So where do we stand? So at the initial stage, we are not coping up, or we are not equipped with to handle such situation. So when the aggregators come in, where do we stand? So there are different challenges, different models, and it is highly operational based industry. So it is not okay, you give a DO, you have on other side the pressure of the liners who have their own sets of rules and regulations with all the detention, damage, amendments, changes dealt upon, and the freight forwarder who is at the mercy of shipping line also and the mercy of customer also is always at a challenging situation. One side the customer is not ready to pay for whatever changes, it is always put on the forwarder, and other side it is a shipping line who will keep on demanding, which will not be off on the other part. So this is the situation of today's freight forwarding industry in this system. So then getting into technology into such a crucial stage, how would it be? It's a big challenge. So yes, up to a certain extent it will work, but there is a lot of work to be done to have this sync in the whole industry and the supply chain. That is what we say.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. I think, yes, what you've really pointed out, and the cue that I can get from what you've mentioned, that yes, freight forwarders are integral part of this whole supply chain. Digitization has brought in a lot of changes, but you've shown us the operational aspect or perspective about this industry, where we see that the demand and supply, the freight forwarder is involved in bringing that demand and supply and meeting the requirements, but then it has got its own limitations in bringing it across. Because if the shipping line or the availability of containers is an issue, but at the same time there is always a huge demand, the freight forwarder has got certain limitations there. And to consider that, I mean, what we have spoken about digitization and considering that, I think we need to now also look at other aspects and perspectives where training comes into picture. And, I would now have Mr. Tej Contractor, the President of Indian Institute of Freight Forwarders, which is also the triple FAI's arm of training. Mr. Tej has been a passionate trainer. He has, we all have, many of the, people in this industry have been trained under him. And he's really passionate about training. And I would want him to give us an insight about how this gap can be met when, we are looking at that workforce. We want that workforce in the industry. And in that, the freight forward industry, will really have that huge gap. How would you give us that insight about how to meet that, considering this era that we are in? So, Mr. Tej, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nirav. My eminent panelists, Mr. Vikram, our chairman, Shankar Shinde. It's always challenging to go after stalwarts. So I will try and make this short and quick. So first, let's understand what is a freight forwarder. A freight forwarder is an architect of transport. An architect is someone who actually designs and ensures implementation of a building. But here we overlap that in logistics. He designs the transport and how the goods are going to flow from end to end. Now, innovation is something that is not new. And I hope all of you agree with me, innovation has happened for generations. We talk about the digital revolution. We talk about, so it started off with the industrial revolution. Today we are talking about the digital revolution. Innovation is actually so I would say change is something that is constant. It is the only thing that's constant in one's life. And freight forwarders have been agile. Why do I say agile? Is because whenever there has been a point, so for the last 30 years, when I was a child, I always heard that, business is challenging, we will not survive, we will be wiped away. But yet 30 years down the line, with all the manuals going away, and we are into a quasi-technology platform now, and we still exist, and we will continue to exist. However, yes, we will continue to exist if we innovate. The tech chaos of everything going online, but yet we worked offline. So I think the importance of digitalization is acceptance. What we have seen over the last 20 years of technology coming in, first there was a resistance. COVID actually brought out acceptance that yes, we are ready to accept technology in the logistics space. Now that acceptance will turn into result. So whenever we see tech platforms getting implemented, what is the biggest challenge? The challenge is not just technology. The challenge is the human resource behind it. It is the implementation, the guidelines. Second, what is changing very, very dynamically is government regulations, compliance. So training the people who work on those specific processes along with technology, that is where the challenge lies. We see tremendous innovation in technology in the education space as well. Earlier you had a traditional classroom model where you could teach maybe 30, 40, 50 children at a time. Then you look at a online model. So YouTube has brought about a lot. So if you want to learn today, you don't need to sit and wait for a classroom. You can Google something, go on YouTube, you can have something that is relevant to you. The second model is the e-learning model. Now, e-learning, there are two kinds of models. One is passive e-learning and one is hybrid or active e-learning. So we see Byju's is a great example of that. So the passive e-learning model is basically where you had a PowerPoint or you have someone narrating what's going on. So if you look at the IMDG code or custom clearance regulations or import or export processes, that is the passive e-learning model. Then you have the active e-learning model going into where not only do you learn on the job. We are seeing a whole new dynamic shift that is taking place in an interesting area called gamification. Now, gamification is one of the easiest and best ways to learn. Forget just the industry. How we learned when we were children, we did not have devices, gizmos, gadgets. Today, the younger generation is learning ABCD or calculation through games on an iPad or technology. The same concepts are actually creeping into our industry. If we look at, on a higher level, if we look at ports, we look at forklift operators, we look at gantry crane operators, they are now being taught with simulation. We have always, we've always seen video games like Flight Simulator, where we learn how to, we learn how to fly an airplane, land an airplane. The same way, you have simulators on how do you stuff cargo, how do you stuff cargo within a container. This is what we should see industry adaptation. I think workforce, the business is going to grow, logistics is going to grow. India is the hotbed of innovation. We have seen our 100th unicorn already come up in a very short span of time. We are seeing tremendous acceleration in logistics in terms of a business. Alongside, we've seen industry and government initiatives. We have the Logistics Skill Council, we have IIFF, which we are doing training. We have other organizations who are working hard towards upskilling people in this space. So if you are in the logistics industry, you are in the right place. I think the importance of logistics, freight forwarding has just been highlighted. We are at the buzz. Earlier, if you see, if someone wanted to go into a field of education, they would choose finance or marketing, then they would choose HR or operations. Today, we are seeing an increase in the number of institutions who want logistics to be a part of their program, purely because all of this disruption has actually brought out the importance or highlighted the importance of our sector. So those of you who are or have been in logistics, you have chosen the right industry for yourself, and logistics is actually going to land up being an industry of first preference for everybody in the near future. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Neerav.
Thank you, Mr. Tej. I think you made it sound really exciting, because when I was, after my school, when I had to, continue with my education, I never had these opportunities, and logistics was never on mind. And by, talking about concepts of gamification and virtual learning, I think this is a great way to learn. I think you made a great point on this. I think we've got good amount of information about, the part of freight forwarding and the innovation part. Let's talk about now, there are certain aspects that we have spoken about in terms of challenges. Let us have each panelist give us, a line of suggestion, or, how we take this forward. Like Mr. Vikram, I would like to know what is, it in for small freight forwarders here. I mean, in terms of this field of innovation, where do you see, how does the small freight forwarder position himself, and be a part of this whole chain and, continue in giving value to its customers?
Yeah, thanks, Nirav. I think I'm well suited to answer this question. I kind of resonate with Mr. Shinde's concern for freight forwarders. When we were building EQ360, even small and medium forwarders were at the heart of this platform. We know that the big guys are going to do well, right? They have tech teams, they have EDI, they use EDI as technology. They can, they can do backward-forward integrations with, carrier lines, and they will be taken care of. When it comes to small and medium forwarders, what we actually need to realize is some of the facets, like the container pricing, the unpredictability, is going to continue or will subside. Digital technology or digitization is nothing to do with that. It is the geopolitical problems which will lead to rates getting normalized and the business in future. So firstly, we need to keep that aspect out. If the rates normalize, it will normalize whether you continue to do your business manually or through digitally. Now, when it comes to smaller forwarder, we see some clear benefits. So when we look at profit per file, we know that for a smaller forwarder, a very big cost is the manpower cost sitting on his books. We know that using technology, he can reduce manpower. When I'm saying reduce manpower, I'm not telling you that if you have 5 people, you bring them down to 3 or 4. But the 5 people will do job of maybe 7 or 8 people, because now you're using digital technologies which will help you quote faster, do your bookings faster, manage those complex documentations faster on our portal. And when I'm saying our portal, you can assume that I'm talking on behalf of people who are digitizing, that the same functions may apply when a forwarder goes to any other platform. Let's say Maersk has their own FCL platform, or CMS CGM has their FCL platform, which most of the small and medium forwarders are using. So clearly, digitizing is something which is happening. Small and medium forwarders should start using them, use tools, look at their suppliers and see if they can work with them closely, they can digitize, learn from them. At EQ360, we are building sales modules, we are building training modules to train the forwarders at no cost to a small or medium forwarder. So we are clearly keeping those things in mind, that when they are imbibing our technology, or let's say better word is adopting our technology or our portal, there should be no cost to them. So we don't charge them a single rupee to sign up on our portal. All what they were doing before with All Cargo or EQ Worldwide globally, they can continue to do now at zero cost. So honestly, it doesn't take the cost up for the forwarder. And also on the manpower side, they will be able to extract more value from the people who are working for them. So these are clearly some advantages. One thing which we should all keep in mind is that any kind of innovation will be backed on some functions like visibility. So for example, today everyone wants to know where his ship is, right? I mean, from the time it takes, it goes out of the origin to the destination, you want to know where exactly your ship is. The future use of technology is going to be in such a way that you will be able to predict a lot of things. I'm not saying all the technologies are in place, but somewhere you need to start. And at some point, once these technologies are in place, you will reap the benefit of that. Clearly, there are other brands. Mr. Shinde also mentioned ClearTake, Make My Trip, Zomato, so many companies who are now reaping the benefit of that digitization. Even when they started, they were at maybe at 2 on 10 or a 3 on 10 level. But today they've reached a 9 on 10, 10 on 10 level. This is exactly what should happen with digitization. And that's where I would truly recommend small and medium forwarders to consider digital as part of their working strategy.
Okay, thank you. It was great to know about these initiatives on training also. And I think what point Mr. Vikram has said, Mr. Shankar, what Mr. Vikram has mentioned is very important part that I would highlight, that it is digitization that has helped in bringing these smaller freight forwarders to meet up to the the kind of services that the big players are providing. Now, looking at this aspect today, we see Maersk and CMA, they are providing all kind of services under the umbrella. Now, as the chairman of Triple FAI, sir, what is the thing that you would, for your members, what is the message that you would like to put forward? Like looking at the current scenario where, with the concepts of Make in India, the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, where India is now clearly we see so much of focus on the exports from India. Now to meet that kind of demand of, of the, the support that is required to meet, we see so many treaties being signed. Maybe you could highlight and give us that in what way, is going to be the freight forwarding, and as a chairman, what is this something that you would give a message to, the freight forwarders here, how to keep up to it, sir?
Actually, good question and good comparison also. And we are, when we talk here, it's in a general perspective and not to an individual perspective. It's not like what you do or what me as an individual do, but what as a trade we do, that is more important. The economic works on the generalistic term, not as an individual what you provide. So let us be into the generalitic. There must be individual who are offering good rates. Let us understand the whole system first of all. What is the proportionate of lines providing this service in this whole of the Indian economy industry, and what is the proportion to that what freight forwarders are providing the services? See the gap. So it may be hardly 28 to 32 lines which are providing the services, counting on the fingers. And the amount of freight forwarders today, we are leading with 6,500 members industry. So where does the proportion stands? And to that, it's around in the proportion of lakhs, 2.5 to 5 lakhs importers, exporters who are working on this with these freight forwarders. So the gap which is there to aggregate or to get on this technology platform is a huge gap. Now, whether I as an individual, you as an individual, any company as an individual, when we go for the spot rates or when we enter onto the spot rates, you and me are going to get the same rates, or maybe with different contractual tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, we may have some different leverage to get that. If that is going to be similar for you and me and him, then where does you stand? And what is the competitive advantage that you would provide to a customer, where the service is going to be the same, the transit is going to be the same, the pattern of the transit and loadings are going to be the same, then where is the differential? Then you and me start competing on credit. Now, while doing this credit, and then we start blaming outsiders. It is not the outsiders. It is we ourselves who are responsible. It is the industry who will keep on pressuring. And then one fine day, we are killing ourselves, each others in this whole system. Technology will support you, but then there has to be some ethics, some guidelines, where it has to be taken by everybody. There is a value system to be built up, which has to be supported by the trade only, so that this industry remains live. They are able to serve this industry in the right perspective. That is what is important. Today, it is government initiatives, government-driven technology. If you talk today, we were talking on the port community system. We came on the national logistics platform. Now we are working towards a ULI platform, which is a unified logistics integrated platforms. So we are not only working with only logistics, one portal like shipping lines or one portal like transporters or something, but it is also the ministries across the board which are coming on the common platform. So demand and supply will easily be able to get. So track and trace has been in ages now with this industry. It is nothing new which we are finding out. It already exists. The technologies will come, no doubt. It will give a faster reach. Online, real-time basis, you will have that inputs and outputs with the system technology which you are going to implement. So technology will play important role. Everybody should adopt technology. That was my first thing. And it should come by choice, and it should not come in isolated. It should come across the supply chain. Then it happens. Today, even after getting a DO Pro portal on the freight portal, I am not getting assurance whether I will be able to go and collect the container or get the container, where I am liable to pay the transporter the detention charges, and also I am answerable to the customer, but shipping line has no say in that whether you will get a container or no. Does any shipping line guarantees today that yes, once the DO is issued, or does the portal who is issuing the DO online on the freightage or any of the portals, they are guaranteeing you that yes, today I have issued the DO, you will get the container. That doesn't come. Whether he's guaranteeing that, okay, if I'm issuing the DO, you will get the container on this vessel loaded. They prepone the cutoffs, they postpone the cutoffs. What is we talking about? There has to be compliance, there has to be legal. So when you give, there has to be some reasons behind it. And here, it's machine talking to machine under some set of rules. Shipping doesn't work on that terms. When we do manually or when we work on that system, we say that we ensure that this is not done, this is not done. If this is a problem, this is a solution. Here, they on one side, they want to put a set of rules. On the other side, they want to go against the rules. It will not really work. If you are going with a set of rules, then see that the set of rules are set to the end, till the end of the deliveries. So this needs to be addressed, and for that you need to have access manual touch of the whole, in the whole system, which is not accessible today. That is the whole failure of the system. It is a man-made problem. Technology has its own solution, but man-made problems will never have its solutions. So we need to work towards it, and we have to see how the whole system can be aligned. Gati Shakti, we are talking about the integrated transportation. Tomorrow's future technology, what we are talking about is a point-to-point delivery, what we talk door-to-door delivery. It should not compare between lines to lines, but it should compare as to when you run from one point to other point, from this distance A to distance B by rail, from distance B to by distance C in the coastal or inland waterways, and from there you do the international shipping. This comparison, when it comes with the green technology or green freight, what we call it, green shipping, this is the future what we are looking, and that is where the technology should really work upon. Because today we are just working on the international sea routes, and then we just put it on the rail or by the road without having any information also. But is there the haulages available on road, sea, air? No information. No players integrated are working together in synergizing the whole system. So this is where we should see that how we can get everybody on the common platform providing the services. So I can see, okay, from point A to point B, if this is the freight by road, this is the freight by rail, this is the freight by air, and what are the inland coastal integrated with this system, what are the rail integration with this system, and then I can put it across the international systems. So this is the future technology which we should look forward for.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. I think, with the Sagarmala project and the way Indian waterways is getting developed, and you've given a good insight about how this integration can help. In fact, you even mentioned about sustainable logistics is very important today for movement of goods by road, which is currently being moved. As compared to that, if we can do the same by the inland waterways and utilize that services, I think, we can save the cost, and it is a much more a sustainable mode of logistics. So absolutely great. Thank you for that information. Mr. Tej, I would take some cue from what Mr. Vikram and Mr. Shankar have mentioned. Okay, so he's spoken about training, and I think the Indian Institute of Freight Forwarders, if you can give us some insight about how the institute is going to help in, are there any specialized courses, what kind of courses that you would offer in terms of, bridging that gap here that we are looking at? And what kind of specializations are there in terms of, for the freight forwarding industry? And at the same time, what Mr. Shankar has mentioned about competitive advantage. Okay, so it looks like collaboration is the key word here. Like, when you want to provide some services, you will need to collaborate. So if there are specializations, then that collaboration would be, a win-win situation for everyone. So if you can just give us some insight on that, and, what message you would give to us.
Thank you very much, Nirav. They are very interesting questions, and I'm going to save the best for last. So what programs we do is what I will cover in the latter. I would just like to cover a few points right in between what Vikramji and Shankarji said. The first thing is digitalization going 100% is a challenge. How do MSMEs work towards that journey? Acceptance of technology is very important. Today, a lot of MSMEs are already using technology. Now, there are only two ways. Either technology that they use currently upgrades, or they move away from the existing technology. So if you see a Make My Trip, if you see Zomato, if you see delivery, what are startups? Startups have identified a problem. What we see in our industry, there was a very interesting word used, is the word various stakeholders. How do various stakeholders integrate amongst each other? So the ULIP is one program which covers national borders. However, when we talk about technology, we talk about innovation, we are going to go beyond borders. We are at the end of the day in the international business. When we talk about blockchain, blockchain is a very misused term. However, the reality is not too far away. We've already seen test cases happen. We've already seen companies who are in existence today which are validating information on blockchain or on blockchain-enabled technology. What's very relevant is the complete cycle. So imagine an exporter from India or an importer in India who is trading with an international partner. All of the documentation, all of the information, all of the customs declarations happens electronically. Today we are seeing digitalization in pockets. We will see a tremendous push where MSMEs who innovate or find new technology will come out very, very successful. We had in the previous session, a topic about shipping resilience. The resilient ones will always come out ahead. Coming to operational success, we all talk about sales, we all talk about implementation of technology on those fronts. Operational excellence is one area that I think skips a lot of thoughts in the shipping industry. So we talk about digital portals to quote, digital portals to have document exchanges. However, there is a lot of inefficiency that exists in communication, and we see this even with larger organizations, not just the smaller ones. So the smaller ones are more agile, the larger ones are more difficult to deal with. However, if you use a good operation management tool, which will actually simplify your processes, it will make you come out on top. The last question I would like to put in everybody's mind, everyone wants technology. We all want it. But the real question is, who will pay for it? We talk about, the common argument is Android and Apple, that everyone talks about. We say Android is free. But we all know nothing comes free in life. So it always comes with strings attached. So who is going to pay for this technology? And technology started first will always be expensive, and then it will become cheaper. Coming to what the Indian Institute does, we believe very strongly that a skilled manpower or a skilled workforce will upgrade the industry. We started off as mukaddams, so transporters, customs brokers, etc. Today, so there was a point in time where, and there is a story about a senior gentleman in our industry who lost business because he was traveling in the same flight in business class with a customer. This is the mindset change I'm saying. From there, today we are only going to upgrade if we upgrade our skill set. If we have skilled manpower, the scale of wages where what everybody earns will go up. The ability to deliver service will go up. Similarly, the ability to contribute to a developed economy or nation will improve. We see tremendous push from the government as well to upgrade this whole skill set. We want to ensure that we become a professional industry. What IIFF does, we have a 16-module program. The 16-module program covers topics from custom clearance to sea road, air, rail, going to multimodal transport, international conventions. When we deal with business, we have accidents and problems. How to deal with that? Insurance. We have technology as one topic as well. Safety and security or sustainable logistics is another very important aspect. So these are the topics where one deals with. And let me tell you, the most important person in the whole transaction is actually the freight forwarder or the customs broker. They are the heart of a transaction, and that's exactly what we focus on. We focus on the core center of logistics. A person that interacts not only with the customer, not only with a shipping line. We spoke about shipping lines, but we look at customs, ports, CFSs. We look at participating government agencies. We look at nodal agencies who are not a part of, like food safety, etc. We have so many agencies that a freight forwarder involves oneself with. And it is our job as a national body to upgrade that industry, and which is what we continue to do with our partners. Thank you very much, Dr. Nirav.
Thank you, Mr. Tej. Really appreciate. Can we have some questions from the audience, for the panelists? We would, thank you. So everyone who would have questions for the panelists, please introduce yourself, your company, and to whom you are specifically asking the questions.
So, hello, thank you very much. My name is Parth, and I'm the founder of primafreight.com. So, it's more of like a B2B startup. And sir, also a student of IFF, past student of IFF. So, my question is...
Parth, you will have to be a bit louder.
Okay, so do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, better if you can.
Okay, great. So, my name is Parth, and I'm the founder of primafreight.com, and also an ex-student of IIFF. Thank you very much. So my question to Mr. Vikram, so you have been in the forefront of the digital platform. So what is the main, hindrance, or what is the main problem that you are facing? Is it due to the mindset of the, jaise chal raha hai, waise hi hai? Like, what is the main problem that you see, and how you are able to cater to it?
Yeah, I think, Parth, it's a fantastic question. I'll answer it very simply. In fact, you've answered it. The biggest challenge for any adoption of technology is usually the mindset. Yeah, so it's always difficult at the start, and once you do it, it becomes easy. This is how it happens to everything, right? I mean, look at 15 years back, we would go to a typical travel agent to book our, let's say, a vacation to US. Today, no one does that. I mean, most people don't do that. I can't be saying for everybody. But today, you can just book it on Make My Trip or any other booking.com, It's so easy, right? Initially, it was difficult. Like, I'll give you one example of my father. He was a clerk in a bank. And he started working at a time when digitization actually started. And it was so difficult. And they were worried that, oh, you know what, I'm going to lose job. But typically, that's not how it happens. Any transformation happens with training. Any transformation happens with taking people into consideration and then developing those people. Today, my father is damn good at computers. By the way, he looks at most of his content on Netflix, And even when he was working, he used to do all his transactions on digital. He retired about 8-9 years back. But even then, he was able to handle it. But some people are not able to handle it. So it is basically a mindset of specific people over the other. Second point I'll say here is the industry overall should look at moving in the digitization space all at once. If one player does it, others don't, then there is, it leads to some complexity because a forwarder may be using us, they may also be using some other people, right? So then they are still dealing with some processes manual and some digitized. So it's good if everybody starts digitizing and thinking in one direction. I think that will lead to higher adoption of any technology. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Vikram.
Hi, I'm Anjan. My company Conmove essentially, and my question is basically to Mr. Shinde. So basically my company provides a complete digitized platform for container logistics as a whole, right from the terminal, or other in fact even shipping lines are using my platform, to the last mile. My question essentially here is that today, what does the forwarders who, with all the kinds of challenges that we have discussed today, what is the mindset that will bring them to adopt a particular change, a revolution towards digitization in the industry? Because we have been trying this for the last 2-3 years and we see a significant amount of resistance to change. So I would like to have your views on this. Thank you.
See, one thing you have to understand, the mindset is one part of it, and technology is a different aspect to it. People have adopted the technology. People are working because the people who don't have systems, do not have technology, cannot be in the business today. That we all agree. Because today with customs also you have to work with the systems. With PGAs also you have to work with systems. And with shipping also you have to work with systems. So adaptation of technology is there. Where we are talking about is the comfort zone of guaranteeing that once this is done through the system, it has to be honored in that way. The confidence level of the freight forwarders or trade has to be built up. That is a lack of trust which the freight forwarders are facing. Otherwise, whatever technology has to be provided, like today, what is technology required in the systems also? Unless you don't have your own software, in-house software, it is no cost. Because if you see what Mr. Vikram said, they have their own portal-based system. You do not need to have your own software for that. You just log in with your login ID credentials and you get all the systems in your office. So it's not a challenge about that. It is a trust-based, the confidence. What happens tomorrow is when the commercial issues come up with regard to any. Today a small shutout container or small not get-in container would lead you to detention charges which shipper doesn't agree, the customer doesn't agree. Who pays that? So the whole system failure is due to not only the mindset of the people, but lack of confidence which needs to be built within the trade. I hope it's answered or you have something different, you know.
So just to supplement what Shankar Bhai said, he made a statement earlier also, which I would like to just rephrase and rebring. There is tech compulsion and there is acceptance of technology. So today we talk about Paytm. Why it became so famous? Because demonetization brought about a evolution. And that's why Paytm became famous. There are so many other companies like Paytm. However, adaptation went towards one. So wherever compulsory adaptation, so today we talk about in our industry, we talk about ODEX. It's very popular here because of compulsion. But overseas, the adaptation is not as popular. So it is about offering an acceptance. So if you make it simple for someone and they buy into that change, it would be easier to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we do not have any more questions. So, okay. So I think, well, I will just summarize, today's discussion. So as we see that in freight forwarding, digitization was one aspect wherein innovation has been already undertaken and this innovation has helped to a far extent. But digitization would have its own challenges, provided that every participant in that chain, every stakeholder in that chain is also undertaking that digitization. So then it makes it successful. But apart from this, the aspects where human touch is there, that skill and development is going to help. Okay, and that is why we have trainings, and we have a lot of many government initiatives which have been taken, like the Logistics Skill Council. We have the gentleman here whom I had a discussion earlier. They are taking up so many new initiatives to help that this particular industry, the logistics industry, and especially the freight forwarding fraternity here, to develop, because freight forward is in the center of all the activities. They have to adapt to the changes depending on the changes in the government policies and the trade scenario. So I think all in all, we had a good session. Thank you all the panelists, and over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, our business session chairman, Mr. Nirav Thakkar, Honorary Joint Secretary of Brihan Mumbai Custom Brokers Association. I would request Mr. Nirav Thakkar to felicitate our panelists, beginning with Mr. Vikram Verma, Head of Marketing, ECU 360. Can we give him a huge round of applause, delegates? Thank you so much, Mr. Vikram Verma, for gracing us with your presence. Mr. Shankar Shinde, Chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Associations in India. Thank you so much, Mr. Shinde, for gracing us with your presence and for your wonderful inputs. We'd also like to thank Mr. Tej Contractor, President, Indian Institute of Freight Forwarders. Thank you so much, Mr. Tej Contractor. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you for your wonderful insights. And I would request Mr. Contractor to felicitate Mr. Nirav Thakkar, our chairman for this session, which is the Future Innovation in Freight Forwarding. Thank you so much, Mr. Nirav Thakkar, for being the business chairman for this wonderful session on Future Innovation in Freight Forwarding. And thank you so much, delegates, for attending this wonderful business session. I hope the inputs given by our respected panelists and our session chairman was insightful to each and everybody present here. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and hoping to see you all tomorrow as well. Our session begins at 11:30, but we have Shri Shripad Nayak, our Honorable Minister of States for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, who will be visiting us tomorrow morning, gracing us with his presence by 10:30 is what I've been informed. And tomorrow's agenda, we have effective dangerous goods management in maritime, leading technology in port industry, and challenges and future trends in liquid logistics management. These are the three topics that we will be covering tomorrow, right here at the Maritime Transport and Shipping India Expo 2022. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much, Mr. Thakkar. Do enjoy the expo. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.